I used to think I was born in the wrong century. I imagined myself walking through castle gates, feeling torchlight flicker against stone walls, watching knights in polished armor ride past. But I was wrong. The truth is colder, wetter, filthier. The walls are damp, the streets reek of sewage, and sickness moves from house to house without mercy. For most of us, life isn't an adventure, it's a slow fight to see another season. Tonight, I'll take you with me. You'll walk beside me through these streets, feel the grit of the mud under your bare feet, taste smoke and rot on the air, hear the clatter of carts and the coughs of the dying. And you'll understand why, if you're lucky, you might survive past 35. There is no fairy tale here, no shining armor, just mud, blood, and the stench of survival. So, take a breath, if you dare, and follow me. The smell hits before I even open my eyes. It clings to the air, thick, sour, and so layered I can almost taste it. My blanket reeks of sweat that's been trapped in the fibers for weeks, mixed with the faint mold seeping from the damp walls. Somewhere in the corner, the chamber pot is full again. No one's bothered to take it outside yet. I shift under the rough wool and feel grit against my skin, a reminder I haven't bathed in. I can't even remember how long. Bathing means hauling water from the well, heating it over the fire, and then climbing into the same cloudy tub everyone else in the household has already used. If I'm lucky, I get in first. If I'm not, I lower myself into what's left, tepid grey water swirling with hair and bits of dirt. Soap. I've seen it, once or twice. The cheap stuff is made from animal fat and lye, harsh enough to strip the skin raw. Most of us just use water when we can, and hope for the best. My clothes haven't been washed in weeks. I sleep in them, work in them, sweat in them. Every movement stirs up the stale scent of smoke from the hearth, the rank odor of the animals, and the damp rot from yesterday's rain. When I step outside, the air changes, but it doesn't get better. The street is narrow and muddy, lined with people carrying the same unwashed smell I do. Fleas leap between us. I feel the occasional crawling under my collar. Lice again. Even the lord who rides past in his fine cloak isn't spared. No amount of gold thread keeps the parasites out. After a while, the nose stops noticing. The brain gives up, but that doesn't make it harmless. Every handshake, every shared cup, every touch in the market is an invisible trade. Something passing from one body to another, and I can't see it. I don't even know it exists. But here it always finds you in the end. It starts small, a cough from somewhere down the street, a neighbor who doesn't come out to draw water that morning. Then it spreads, faster than a rumor, slipping from house to house, bed to bed. By the time you hear the wailing, it's already too late. The sickness moves like smoke. You can't see it, but you know when it's already in you. One morning, I'm hauling firewood, trading bread in the market, nodding to the blacksmith as I pass. The next, my body aches so badly I can barely get out of bed. My head burns with fever, yet I'm shivering so hard my teeth ache. Every breath feels heavier than the last. The streets change almost overnight. Doors that were always left open are now bolted shut. The chatter of merchants is gone. Even the stray dogs have vanished. In their place, I hear the low rumble of cartwheels, carrying more bodies out of the village than goods coming in. I try not to look when they pass, but it's impossible to ignore the sight. Linen-wrapped shapes piled in the back like firewood, some still small enough to be cradled in one arm. The air smells different now. It still has the usual mix of wood smoke, mud, and waste. But underneath it is something sweeter. A heavy, cloying rot that seems to cling to the inside of your nose. It's the smell of death, and once you've smelled it, you can never forget it. No one knows exactly what causes it. Some say it's bad air drifting from the swamps. Others whisper about God's punishment or curses brought in by travelers. The priest walks the streets swinging incense, muttering prayers and warning the living to repent while there's still time. He stops outside certain houses, speaking quietly to the family inside, and they close the door without saying a word. That door rarely opens again. I tell myself it won't reach my home, that I'm young, healthy, and careful, that if I keep to myself, it will pass me by. But that lie lasts only until my sister starts coughing in the night. At first, it's just a tickle, but by morning she's doubled over, her face pale, her lips cracked. Her hands are hot to the touch, yet she shivers under the heaviest blanket we own. I fetch water, but even as I hand it to her, I remember the neighbour's boy dropping the rope into the mud at the well last week. Everyone drinks from the same bucket. Everyone eats bread from the same baker. Every touch, every shared meal, every handshake could be the one that ends you. Rumours move as fast as the sickness. They say the city gates are closed, that whole streets are abandoned, that people are locked inside their homes and left to die so the disease won't spread. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. We've all seen the same truth. When the sickness comes, no one is safe. And here, once it finds you, there's no escaping it. No one told me this when I was young. That sickness is only one of a dozen ways to die before your hair ever turns grey. I learned it myself, one burial at a time. Most of us don't make it far enough to be called old, and when someone does, it's never by luck alone. I've seen men in their 30s who look twice their age, skin like leather from the sun, backs bent from years of labour, hands so gnarled they can barely close around a cup. I wake up every morning knowing this could be the day I don't wake again. Not because of some glorious battle or grand ending, but because life here wears you down until your body simply quits. In the market, I hear the gossip. Who didn't make it through the winter? Who collapsed in the field? Who went to bed feeling fine and never opened their eyes again? No one gasps. No one cries out. Death here is as common as rain. Children learn to dig graves before they can even spell their own names. If you survive childhood, and that's a gamble in itself, your chances aren't much better. A cut from a rusty blade, a fall from a ladder, a tooth gone bad, any of it can kill you. We don't have medicine the way you might think of it. A deep wound can take a strong man faster than any sword. Then there's the work. From the moment you can walk, your body is spoken for. Hauling, digging, planting, bending. There are no days off. If I stop, I don't eat. If I push too hard and collapse, the fields won't stop for me. They never do. I think sometimes about the elders, the rare ones who make it to 40 or 50. Their faces are carved with lines, their hair thin and grey, their eyes cloudy. People look at them with a kind of awe, as if they've cheated death. But the truth is, the odds were never in their favour. It's not just sickness or injury, war, famine, the cold. Each one takes its share. Life here is a candle left out in the wind. It never burns for long, and there's always something waiting to snuff it out. I used to believe that growing old meant wisdom, peace, a slower pace. Now I know better. Here, growing old is a rare prize, paid for with luck, bone-deep work, and more suffering than most can carry. And if it's this hard to keep someone like me alive, a child never stood a chance. I've seen it happen so many times that people barely cry anymore. The midwife comes in the night, and by morning the crying in the house has stopped, not because the baby is sleeping, but because they never woke again. In some homes, the cradle sits empty more often than it holds a living child. From the moment they're born, the odds are stacked against them. The air they breathe carries sickness. The water they drink, if they drink at all, is laced with filth. Some are gone within days, their small bodies unable to fight even the smallest infection. Others survive the first weeks, only to be taken by fever before their first winter. Mothers here carry a strange kind of strength, the ability to hold their babies close while knowing they may not see the next harvest. Some name their children days after birth, waiting to see if they'll survive long enough to deserve a name at all. Others give them strong, hopeful names right away, as if daring death to come and take them. It's not always sickness. Sometimes it's hunger. A bad harvest means less milk for the nursing mother, less food to turn into porridge when the child begins to eat. You watch their faces grow thinner, their eyes duller, and you know there's nothing you can do but pray. And then there are accidents. A baby rolling too close to the hearth, falling from the bed while the mother works in the field, a simple scrape turning black with infection. Here, the smallest mistake can take a life before anyone realizes how bad it is. The ones who survive their first few years carry the marks of that struggle, thin frames, sunken cheeks, and eyes that already know loss. Childhood here isn't filled with games and laughter. It's filled with work, with learning how to carry water, feed animals, and keep the fire alive. Even at 5 or 6, they know death is never far away. Every funeral is a reminder that survival here is fragile. The tiny shrouds are carried to the churchyard, and small graves line the edges of the cemetery like a grim border. You'd think it would make people stop having children, but it doesn't. If anything, they have more, because they know they won't keep them all. When you live here, you stop asking if a child will die young, and start asking when. And when sickness comes, for them or for me, there's only one place I can turn for help. But here, that help can kill me just as quickly as the disease itself. The healer's hut smells of herbs and smoke, but it doesn't smell like hope. Bundles of dried plants hang from the rafters, and a fire crackles in the corner, boiling something dark in a pot. The midwife, or the barber, or sometimes just the oldest woman in the village, will tell you she's seen it all before. She'll nod, mutter a prayer, and hand you something to drink. You'll drink it because you have nothing else. I've seen what passes for treatment here. Hot irons pressed to wounds to drive out bad humors. Knives used to open veins so the sickness can bleed away, leaving the patient weaker and closer to death. Leeches placed on the skin until they swell and drop off, taking blood but not the disease. And if the healer doesn't know what's wrong, they'll try anything. Wrap you in wet cloth and leave you by the fire until you sweat through the fever. Make you swallow crushed charcoal or boiled roots that taste like dirt. Sometimes they chant over you, making signs in the air as if words alone could drive out death. We don't understand germs. We don't have microscopes or clean instruments. There's no antiseptic, no anesthesia. A deep cut means you feel every stitch, every press of the needle through your skin. A toothache can lead to an abscess, and the only cure is to rip the tooth out with metal tongs. No warning, no pain relief, just the sound of the root tearing free. Some people put their faith in charms and relics, wearing bits of bone or cloth blessed by a priest. Others make pilgrimages to holy sites, hoping a miracle will heal them. Sometimes they come back cured, but more often they come back the same, or not at all. I've seen mothers bring in babies burning with fever, only to watch them fade in their arms because the healer's potions did nothing. I've seen strong men brought low by a single infected wound, the flesh turning black while prayers and poultices failed. It's not that people don't care, it's that they don't know. They do what they've been taught, what their mothers did before them, and their mothers before that. But sometimes I wonder if it would be better to do nothing at all than to trust in a cure that might kill you faster. Here, medicine is a gamble, and too often the house wins. But even if you survive the sickness, you're not free. You belong to someone, and not in the way you might think. I was born on this land, and that means I'll die on it. Not because I want to, but because it isn't mine to leave. The soil, the fields, the woods, all of it belongs to the Lord in the manor, and by the rules of the world I belong to him too. It's called feudal obligation, a polite way of saying I work the land for someone else, and in return, I'm allowed to keep just enough to stay alive. The rest, the grain, the wool, the meat, goes to the Lord's storehouses. He decides how much I keep, how much I pay, how much I owe. And what I owe is never small. Every day begins the same way. I wake before sunrise, not because I want to, but because the fields don't care if I'm tired, sick, or hungry. There's ploughing to be done, seeds to be planted, weeds to be pulled. The land demands my hands in every season, planting in spring, tending in summer, harvesting in autumn, mending tools in winter. There are no holidays from this work. Even feast days for the church mean extra chores to prepare for guests or gatherings. And if the Lord calls, I have to answer. Repair a fence, help raise a barn, carry supplies to another village. If he needs men to defend his lands, I could be sent to fight, armed with little more than a spear and a leather tunic. Whether I live or die in that fight isn't his concern. My absence will be filled by another pair of hands soon enough. Sometimes I dream of leaving, walking away, finding another life somewhere far from here. But to do that is to break the law. Serfs can't leave the land without permission, and permission is almost never given. If you run, you're hunted. If you're caught, the punishment can be worse than death. Fines you can't pay, beatings that leave you broken, or being chained to the very field you tried to escape. It's strange, knowing you'll never own the ground you walk on, never choose where you live, never decide your own fate. The land feeds me, but it also cages me, and the Lord who owns it will never see me as anything more than part of the harvest. In this world, freedom isn't taken from you. It's simply never given. If I ever dare to push against the rules, if I even let myself think about defying the order of things, the punishment will make sure I never try again. Justice here doesn't come in quiet rooms or written verdicts. It comes in the middle of the square, with everyone watching. The Lord's men drag you out, sometimes by the hair, sometimes in chains, and they make an example of you. I've seen it more times than I can count. For theft, they might take a hand, not just a slap on the wrist. They mean it literally. the axe comes down and your working days are over. For lying or speaking against the Lord or the church, they might cut out your tongue. A false accusation of witchcraft can mean the stake, fire licking up your legs while the crowd prays for your soul. Even small offences can bring humiliation that's almost worse than the pain. I've seen men locked in the stocks for days, their necks and wrists trapped while children throw rotten vegetables and worse at them. I've seen women paraded through the streets with signs around their necks, announcing their shame to the whole village. The punishment doesn't end when the sentence is over. People remember, and they never let you forget. The worst is public execution. When the gallows go up, the whole town gathers. They say it's to teach a lesson, but it feels more like a festival of fear. People bring their children, as if watching a body swing from a rope will somehow make them better citizens. Sometimes it's a hanging. Sometimes the executioner uses an axe. And sometimes it's slower. Torture devices that stretch you, crush you, or tear you apart piece by piece. The message is always the same. The law is whatever the Lord says it is. Guilt or innocence doesn't matter if someone with power decides you've crossed the line. There's no appeal, no higher court to save you. Once the sentence is given, your fate is sealed. I've learned to keep my head down, to watch my words, to avoid standing out in any way. Because here, it's not about what you did, it's about who decides you've done wrong. And once they've decided, there's no going back. In this place, the law isn't meant to protect you. It's meant to remind you exactly how powerless you are. But there's something worse than the lash, the stocks, or even the gallows. Punishment ends, hunger doesn't. It creeps in quietly, so quietly you almost don't notice at first. The bread gets thinner, the stew more watery. You find yourself scraping the bottom of the grain sack and telling yourself it'll last another week. You chew slower, try to trick your stomach into thinking it's full. When the harvest fails, everyone feels it. The fields that should be gold in the autumn wind are patchy and dull. Grain rots on the stalk. The turnips come up small and twisted. The animals grow thin, ribs showing through their hides. By midwinter, they've slaughtered more than they should, because it's better to eat the meat now than watch it die in the snow. The worst part is watching the children. Their faces lose their roundness. They stop playing. They sit by the fire staring into the pot, as if staring hard enough will make the food appear faster. Mothers take smaller portions so their children can have more. But it's never enough. And famine doesn't just take your strength, it takes your mind. People start to look at each other differently. Neighbors stop sharing. Theft rises, and with it, more punishment. The air feels sharper, as if everyone is made of glass and one wrong move will shatter them completely. I've seen people boil bark, strip the grass, dig for roots frozen in the earth. I've seen them fight over scraps in the street. And I've seen the silence that falls over a home when there's simply nothing left to eat. Hunger makes you think strange thoughts. It makes you bargain with yourself. If I can just make it to spring, I'll never complain again. But spring doesn't promise plenty. Sometimes it just promises more hunger, a little greener than before. Here, the body wastes away long before the will to live does, and that might be the cruelest part. But even if you find food, you still have to drink. And in this place, drinking can kill you just as surely as starving. The well stands in the middle of the village, its stone rim worn smooth by years of hands leaning over it. Every day, we lower the same rope, tie it to the same bucket, and pull up the same water. It looks clear enough in the sunlight, but I've learned not to trust that. Clear water can hide death as easily as cloudy water. Sometimes it tastes of iron, like a mouthful of blood. Sometimes it's earthy, as if the bucket scraped the bottom. And sometimes it carries a sour, rotten tang that tells you something, or someone, has spoiled it. I've heard of dead animals found floating in wells, their bloated bodies hidden below the surface until it's too late. In the warm months, the water grows foul faster. Algae blooms in the still parts of the stream, and flies gather where the pigs wallow nearby. In the cold months, the ice keeps the filth from sight, but it's still there, waiting. I've watched children drink greedily after running in the fields, only to collapse days later with fever, their mouths dry and cracked, their eyes glassy. We don't have boiling kettles large enough to clean all the water we drink. We don't have the means to filter it. We drink it as it is because we have no choice. And if it makes us sick, we pray to God to spare us. Sometimes He does. More often, He doesn't. When the rains come hard, the streets flood. The same water that washes through the gutters, carrying waste, animal droppings, and whatever rots in the corners, seeps into the wells. You taste it before you know what's happened. A heaviness in the tongue, a bitterness that lingers. Some refuse to drink then, but that only means dying of thirst instead of fever. I've fetched water in every season, in every weather. I've broken ice in winter, waded through mud in spring, fought flies in summer. And no matter how many times I fill the bucket, I know it's not just water I'm carrying. I'm carrying risk. I'm carrying the chance that this drink will be the last one I ever take. Here, every swallow is a gamble, and you drink anyway. But the water isn't the only thing I have to fear. Some threats are alive, skittering in the shadows, waiting for the moment I forget they're there. The rats come first. You see them dart across the thatch beams at night, hear their claws scratch along the floorboards, smell their musky stench before you catch sight of them. They slip through gaps in the walls, no wider than your thumb, their teeth sharp enough to gnaw through sacks of grain, leather shoes, even the wood of your food chest. I've woken in the night to the sound of them chewing, only to find a neat hole in the corner of the bread I'd been saving. Then there are the fleas. You don't notice them at first, just an itch on your ankle, a scratch at the back of your neck. But soon the bites swell, angry red welts that burn under the skin. The fleas come from the rats, from the dogs, from the neighbors' clothes. They don't care whose blood they take, only that it's warm. And when the plague rides in on their tiny backs, there's no stopping it. Lice are worse in a different way. They hide in the seams of your tunic, in the folds of your bedding, clinging to every thread. You feel them crawling in your hair at night, their tiny legs tugging at your scalp. The combs pull some of them free, but never all. Even the Lord's family can't escape them. Wealth doesn't keep the parasites out. In the barns and cellars, mice nest in the hay, spreading sickness to the animals. Grain bins swarm with weevils, tiny black specks wriggling in the flour. You shake them out, but you still eat what's left because you can't afford to throw it away. You pretend you don't feel the crunch between your teeth. The worst is knowing you'll never win. You kill one rat and 3 more take its place. You burn your bedding and the lice return within days. You keep your food sealed as best you can, but somehow the gnaw marks appear again. It's a war you fight every day without hope of victory. At night, when I lie down, I hear them. The scurry of claws in the rafters, the faint squeak of teeth on wood, the rustle in the straw. I close my eyes and tell myself I'll sleep through it, but I never do. Here you don't get to choose your housemates. They find you and they never leave. But sometimes, even they vanish. Not because I've won, but because the cold drives them deeper into the walls. That's when winter takes over and the air inside bites at me just as sharply as the wind outside. There is no steady hum of warmth here, no hidden furnace in the walls. Heat is something you fight for every single day. Our only weapon is the fire, and it's a poor match for the kind of cold that seeps into your bones. The hearth burns all night, but its glow reaches only a few steps. Beyond that, the darkness is sharp with frost. The mornings are the worst. I wake with my breath clouding in the air, my blanket stiff with the damp that's frozen into it. The water in the bucket by the door has a layer of ice. My fingers ache before I've even sat up. Dressing means pulling on clothes that never really dry. The cold keeps the damp locked in, so every layer clings to my skin like a wet rag. We burn wood as fast as we can cut it, but there's never enough. Some mornings, I can still feel the sting in my shoulders from the last time I went out with the axe, splitting logs until my hands blistered. The smoke hangs heavy in the air inside, turning my eyes red and my throat raw. But we can't risk letting the fire die. If it goes out, the cold wins in minutes. At night, we huddle close, the family pressed together with the animals in the next room, hoping their body heat will help keep ours. The smell is strong, sweat, fur, manure, but you stop noticing it when you're shivering so hard your teeth knock together. Sometimes I lie awake and listen to the wind battering the shutters, feeling it seep through every crack in the walls. Winter changes the rules of survival. You think less about the harvest and more about keeping the fire alive. Less about tomorrow's chores and more about whether the frost will kill you in your sleep. Your skin cracks, your lips split, and your fingertips turn pale and numb. The cold doesn't just take lives. It wears people down piece by piece. You see it in the slow way they move, the hollow sound of their voices, the way they stare at the fire as if afraid it will vanish before their eyes. And the truth is, sometimes it does. The fire goes out, the room goes cold, and then somehow we try to bring new life into it. They send for the midwife at dusk, when the pains start coming like waves. I'm told to fetch water and keep it hot, to tear old linen into strips, to bank the coals so the room holds what little warmth we have. The smell is smoke and tallow and fear. Outside, the wind scrapes along the shutters. Inside, the walls press close, and every sound is louder than it should be. A pot stirring, a stool dragging, a breath caught between teeth. She, the midwife, works in practiced silence at first. Hands washed in a wooden basin, sleeves rolled, eyes narrowed against the dim light. She tells the mother to breathe with the pain, not against it, to ride it. We all nod as if breathing alone could turn back death. Then the hours begin to stretch. Torches burn low. Someone prays under their breath. Someone else sharpens a knife that may need to cut the cord, or do worse. It's strange what your mind chooses to notice. The way the steam from the kettle curls like ghosts in the air. The way the floorboards creak when the pains crest. The way the mother's fingers find mine and grip hard enough to leave bruises. She is strong. They are always strong. But strength here is not a promise. It's only a plea. When the child comes wrong, feet first, head stuck, the room changes. The midwife's voice gets low and hard, and the words lose their softness. Hold her. Don't let her thrash. Another cloth. I can see sweat on the midwife's brow, hear the mother's breath tear itself into pieces. Time splits too, one half waiting, the other half already grieving. Sometimes it turns, and we breathe again. Sometimes it doesn't, and we don't. I have watched a woman push until the blood drained from her cheeks, and the strength left her body like smoke. I have watched a midwife reach inside with steady hands and eyes that begged for a miracle. I have seen the cord looped like a noose around a neck so small it shouldn't know what a noose is. And even when the baby comes, the danger doesn't end. The bleeding can start slow, then pour. The midwife kneads the belly, presses hard, mutters prayers, ties herbs in a warm cloth, tries everything she knows and a few things she doesn't. We heat bricks and lay them by the feet. We lift the head. We beg. Sometimes the bleeding listens. Sometimes it speaks louder. Then there is the fever that comes days later, creeping under the door like the winter wind. She's up and moving, or trying to be, and by the next dawn she is burning. Skin hot as the kettle's handle, eyes dull, breath sour with a sweetness that does not belong to the living. We change the linens. We wipe her face. We ask God to take the heat and leave the life. The midwife brings a potion that tastes of bitter roots and ash. We watch the pulse in her throat and pretend it's strong. We do what we can with what we have. Boiled water when there is wood enough to keep it boiling. Clean cloths when there are any left unspoiled. Hands that try to be careful in a world that does not care. There are no clean instruments, no knowledge of the small invisible killers that pass from hand to hand. We learn by graves. That is our schooling. When it goes well, the house fills with a kind of fragile light. The baby takes a breath that sounds like a new fire catching. The mother sleeps the sleep of someone who fought a war and lived. We whisper, we step softly, we dare to believe that this time we won. But I have carried tiny bundles to the churchyard, wrapped in linen still warm from the hearth. I have watched fathers dig in frozen ground, while the midwife sat on the step with hands she couldn't stop scrubbing. I have seen a husband hold his wife's hand until it cooled, then sit so still beside her that the candle forgot to flicker. People talk about miracles here. I do too. The miracle is not that life begins. Life wants to begin. The miracle is that it stays. And so we keep water hot, and we keep watch, and we keep praying. We hold our breath through the worst of it and try not to think about how thin the line is between a cry and a silence, between a mother and a memory, between one more life in this house and one more name whispered at the gateyard fence. Because here, bringing someone into the world is not a celebration first. It is a bargain, and the world does not always keep its side. Even when it does, there's still the matter of keeping them fed. And here, fed doesn't mean full bellies and choice. It means whatever is left, whatever can be spared, whatever grows in the soil without dying first. Meals don't change much. In the mornings, if there's grain, there's pottage, a thick grey mush of oats or barley, boiled in water and salted when there's salt to be had. Sometimes it's flavoured with a scrap of meat or a few wilted greens, but most days it's just grain and water, warm enough to take the edge off the cold. Lunch is usually the same as breakfast, just colder, scraped from the bottom of the pot and eaten quickly before heading back to the fields. Bread is the center of the table, no matter the meal. We bake it dense and heavy, the kind you have to chew until your jaw aches. When the wheat harvest is poor, we stretch it with rye, peas, or whatever we can grind fine enough to pass for flour. In the worst years, I've eaten bread made with ground acorns and seen it turn the loaf a strange brown that tastes more of bitterness than grain. Meat is rare, reserved for feast days, weddings, or the butcher's cull. More often, we flavor the stew with the bones alone, sucking the marrow when the meat's long gone. Fish comes from the river when the season is right, but it spoils quickly, and you learn to eat it even when the smell tells you it's already begun to turn. Fresh fruit is fleeting, gone almost as soon as the harvest baskets are filled. Apples are stored in the loft, wrapped in straw to last into winter, but by spring they're soft and sour. Berries bruise within hours. If you want sweetness, you get it in honey when you can afford to buy it, or from beets pulled from the ground and roasted until their sugar comes through. Winter is worst. By then the cabbages have wilted, the turnips are shriveled, and the onions sprout in the sack. We boil what's left into a thin broth and call it supper. On lean nights, I've eaten nothing but boiled nettles and a crust of bread hard enough to crack a tooth. We chew in silence, because talking only makes you think about what you're missing. Spices, those are for the Lord's table. I've never tasted pepper, never seen saffron except in stories. Our seasoning is salt when we can get it, onions when we can't. The meals taste of the earth they came from, sometimes too much so. Grit between your teeth isn't rare. It wears on you. Not just the hunger in lean years, but the sameness in the good ones. Your body learns to live on it, but your mind keeps imagining flavors you've never tasted. You dream of feasts you'll never see, roasted meats, pies filled with things you can't name, a table where you don't know which dish to reach for first. Here, food isn't about pleasure. It's about surviving another day. And tomorrow, it will be the same. But even if the table were overflowing, it wouldn't change where I sit at it, because in this world, where you are born decides where you stay. I was born the son of a field hand, which means I am a field hand. If my father had been a blacksmith, I'd worked the forge. If my mother had been a merchant, I might have inherited her stall. But no matter the trade, no matter the skill, the highest walls aren't made of stone. They're made of the rules that keep you in your place. The Lord's manor rises above the village, and from up there the world looks different. His children wear clean linen, eat meat twice a day, and have tutors to teach them letters and numbers. I've seen them in the courtyard, practicing their swordplay with wooden blades while their father looks on. They will never pull a plough or beg for grain in a poor harvest. For the rest of us, the climb is impossible. You can work your hands raw, you can save every coin you earn, but you will never be a lord. Land doesn't change hands here. It passes from father to son like an heirloom no one else is allowed to touch. The church blesses this order, calling it the way of things. And questioning it is like questioning the sun for rising. When I stand in the market, I can see the lines without anyone needing to draw them. The nobles stroll through with their cloaks sweeping the dirt, and we bow our heads without thinking. The merchants haggle loudly, their fingers heavy with rings, while the peasants keep their voices low and their eyes down. The beggars hover at the edges, bowls out, careful not to block the path of anyone who might toss them a crust. Even in the smallest things, the hierarchy speaks. Who gets to speak first in a crowd? Who walks ahead on the road? Who eats first, and who waits until the best is gone? You learn your place early, and you keep it, not out of respect but out of survival. The wrong look, the wrong word, the wrong step can be seen as disrespect, and disrespect here carries a price. The church preaches that humility in this life will be rewarded in the next. The Lord says hard work will be noticed and remembered, but I've seen too much to believe it. The world remembers the names of those born to power. The rest of us are written in dust and forgotten when the wind changes. And so we bend our backs in the fields. We bow when the riders pass. We give way in the narrow streets, not because we want to, but because the weight pressing us down has been there since before we were born. And because here, the only thing heavier than the earth we till is the place we're told we belong. But the earth isn't light in my hands. It takes my body, my time, and some days I think it might take my life. From the moment the sun's first light brushes the rooftops, I'm already moving. My hands are in the soil, or on a hoe, or pulling at the reins of a stubborn ox. There is no choice. The work doesn't wait. A day missed is a day's food gone, and the land doesn't forgive laziness. It will bury a seed in weeds as quickly as it buries a man in dirt. In spring it's planting, long rows carved into the earth with a wooden plough, seeds dropped in by hand, covered and prayed over. In summer it's weeding, cutting, hauling water from the well until my shoulders feel like they've been split. By autumn, my back aches from bending over the harvest, pulling root vegetables from the ground, stacking sheaves of wheat so heavy they cut into my arms. And winter doesn't bring rest. It's mending tools by firelight, hauling logs from the forest, breaking ice from the water trough so the animals can drink. Even the slow days are full of lifting, hauling, chopping. Your body doesn't belong to you here. It belongs to the land and to the people who own it. The work shapes you. Thick calluses line my palms. My fingernails are always rimmed with dirt no matter how I scrub. My knees ache in the cold from years of kneeling in the fields. Sometimes I wake in the night and my hands are still clenching, as if they've forgotten the work is done for the day. It isn't just the fields. There's the Lord's demands, repairing fences, digging ditches, building sheds. If someone higher up calls for help, you drop your own work and do theirs first. Refusal isn't an option. The same hands that plant and reap can also be ordered to carry stones for a new wall or dig a moat around the manor. There's no end to it, and no escape except in death. And even then, someone else will take your place by the next sunrise. I've seen men work through sickness, through bleeding hands, through storms that turn the soil to sucking mud, because stopping means losing what little they have. Sometimes I think about the tools we use: wooden ploughs, iron hoes, crude carts. They break often, and when they break, it's on us to fix them with whatever scraps we have. There's no workshop stocked with spares, no blacksmith who works for free. If something's broken, you make do, even if it slows you down. This is life here, every day spent in service to the same endless tasks. There's no ladder to climb, no harvest big enough to free you. The work keeps you alive, but it also wears you down until you're too tired to imagine anything different. The earth feeds you, yes, but it takes more than it gives. You can hear war long before you see it. The sound carries over the hills, the low thud of marching feet, the metallic clatter of armor, the creak of wagons heavy with weapons. Sometimes it's just a passing army, heading somewhere else. Sometimes it's not. When it's not, the air changes. The birds go quiet, the dogs pace and growl. The children are ushered inside while the adults stand in small groups, speaking in low voices, eyes fixed on the road. We know what's coming. No one has to say it. The first time I saw a raid, I was a boy. I remember the smell before anything else. Smoke, sharp and thick, carried on the wind. The horizon glowed red, and before long the shouts started. By the time the men reached the edge of the village, half the houses were already burning. Raids don't just take food and animals. They take whatever they can carry and destroy what they can't. They smash tools, overturn carts, tear down fences. A cow that can't be led away gets a blade to the throat. A storehouse they can't empty gets set alight. And people disappear too. Sometimes it's young men taken for forced labor. Sometimes it's women or children who are never seen again. The ones who fight are cut down fast. The ones who run don't always make it far. I've seen a neighbor fall to his knees and beg, only to be struck down mid-sentence. Mercy is rare here. When the raiders finally leave, the silence they leave behind is worse than the noise they brought. The smoke hangs over the village, clinging to everything. The ground is littered with broken tools, torn cloth, and the bodies of animals and people alike. We walk among it all, trying to count what's left. Sometimes the answer is, not much. In the days after, the real suffering begins. With the fields trampled, the animals gone, and the storehouses emptied, there's nothing to carry us through the season. We eat what we can salvage from the ruins. We mend what can be patched. We bury the rest. The fear doesn't end when the ashes cool. Every distant shout, every echo of metal on metal makes your chest tighten. You never really feel safe again, because you know how quickly everything can vanish. One day you're bent over the plow. The next you're standing in the ruins of what used to be your home. Here, war isn't something that happens far away to other people. It finds you where you live. And when it does, it takes more than it leaves behind. And when there's nothing left to take, the lords and the church still come to collect their share. They don't wait for the ashes to cool. The tax collectors arrive on horseback, their boots clean, their purses ready. They ride through the village slowly, as if they own it, because in truth, they do. Their eyes linger on every roof, every yard, every cart. They're not here to ask if we've recovered. They're here to make sure they get what's theirs. Taxes for the Lord, tithes for the church. It doesn't matter if your harvest was good or poor, if your storehouse is full or empty. The amount is the same. They take grain, eggs, wool, and sometimes even the seed we were saving for planting. I've watched them measure it out with wooden scoops, spilling what we worked for into their sacks without a second glance. The church calls it an offering to God. The Lord calls it our duty. But when your children are hungry and you see your best sack of grain being hoisted onto someone else's cart, it feels less like duty and more like theft you can't stop. We pay in coin when we have it, which is rare, and in labor when we don't. Some years the tax collector demands extra days of work on the manor lands, repairing fences, hauling stone, digging ditches. It's work that takes us away from our own fields, which means our own crops suffer, which means we have even less to give the next time they come. It's a circle designed to keep us in the same place forever. There's no bargaining, no mercy. I've seen a man beg for more time to pay, offering what little he had left, only for the collector to take that too. If you can't pay, they seize animals or goods, and if you have nothing worth taking, they can take you to work the Lord's land until the debt is settled. But debts here are like weeds. They grow faster than you can pull them. Even the church's tithe isn't just a simple tenth. They want the best of what you have, the cleanest wool, the largest eggs, the freshest grain. They say it's for God's glory, but it's the priests who eat the bread and drink the wine while the rest of us chew on yesterday's crust. I've learned to keep my head down when they arrive, to hand over what's asked without question, because questioning it never ends well. Still, every time I watch them ride away, their carts heavy with what used to be ours, I can't help but feel lighter in all the wrong ways. Here, you don't just work for yourself or your family, you work for those above you, always. And no matter how hard you labor, you're never finished paying. And even if I wanted to fight back, I wouldn't know how, because here, words themselves are a locked door I don't have the key to. I can't read. Most of us can't. The only letters I've ever seen are carved into the stone above the church door, and even then, I only know what they say because the priest told me. When a notice is nailed to the market post, I have to wait for someone else to read it aloud. Sometimes they tell the truth, sometimes they don't. How would I know the difference? Books exist, but not for people like me. They sit on shelves in the manor or in the church, bound in leather, pages thick with neat black writing. They might as well be full of spells for all I can make of them. I've watched the priest turn the pages as he reads aloud in Latin, the words rolling off his tongue smooth and strange. He could be saying anything. He could be telling us God wants the taxes doubled, and most of us would nod and believe it. It's not just books, it's contracts, orders, records. The Lord keeps track of what's owed to him in neat rows of ink. The merchants write down their trades and prices, even the miller records whose grain he's ground and how much flour it made. All of it beyond my sight, all of it shaping my life without me knowing exactly how. Some say it's better not to know, that too much knowledge fills the head and distracts from the work that needs doing. But I've seen the way the literate move in the world. They can send messages that travel farther than they could walk in a week. They can keep accounts, write demands, record promises that others must keep. Their words last longer than their voices. Without letters, I'm always dependent. If someone reads a law to me, I have to trust they're not twisting it. If a deal is made in writing, I have to hope someone explains it honestly. Hope is a fragile thing here. Sometimes I wonder what it would be like to see my own name written down, to be able to sign it at the bottom of a page and know that Mark meant something, to write a letter and send it beyond the village, to speak to someone I might never meet. But here, learning to read is like buying your way into another life, and I'll never have the coin for it. So I work, I listen, I remember what I can, and I live with the knowledge that the most powerful thing in this world isn't the sword or the plough or even the gold in a lord's chest. It's the words I'll never read. And when you can't read the truth for yourself, you start believing whatever you're told, especially if it's spoken with enough confidence or wrapped in the name of God. Here, superstition is as common as the dirt on our boots. We carry it with us, pass it along in whispers, teach it to our children before they can even walk. A black cat crossing the road means bad luck. A bird tapping on the window means death is coming. A candle that gutters for no reason means a spirit has walked through the room. The church warns against some of it, calling it pagan nonsense. But in the same breath, the priest will tell us about omens, about signs in the sky, about how a poor harvest might be the Lord's punishment for our sins. The old ways mix with the new, and most of us don't know where one ends and the other begins. When someone falls sick, it isn't always the healer we call first. Sometimes it's the old widow who knows the right herbs to hang above the door, or the right words to whisper over a bowl of water. If the cow stops giving milk, we look for the person who might have cursed it. If a baby cries too much, we tie a charm around its neck to keep the evil eye away. I've seen people drive nails into door frames to keep spirits out. I've seen them bury toads in the field to ward off blight. I've even watched as they burned a bundle of twigs in the middle of the road because someone swore the devil himself had walked it in the night. There's fear behind it all. Fear of what we can't see, can't name, can't understand. Without books, without doctors, without any way to measure the world beyond what's right in front of us, we explain it however we can. And if that explanation needs an enemy, we'll find one. I've seen it turn ugly. A woman accused of witchcraft because a neighbor's sheep fell ill. A man beaten because his shadow fell across a loaf of bread just before it spoiled. A child shunned because his birthmark looked like a snake. Sometimes I think the fear is more dangerous than whatever it claims to protect us from. Still, I carry my own charms. A small wooden cross carved by my grandfather. A sprig of rosemary tucked into my pocket on days when I travel far from home. I tell myself it's just tradition, but I know part of me believes it. Out here, you take protection wherever you can find it, even if it's only a scrap of wood or a handful of herbs. We live in a world where the line between faith and fear is thin, and sometimes it disappears altogether. And when the crops fail, or the sickness comes, or the storm tears the roof from your house, you don't ask for proof. You just do whatever might keep the darkness away. But there are some dangers you can't charm away, some that are right under your feet and in the air you breathe every single day. The streets here aren't paved. They're mud in the spring, dust in the summer, and ice ruts in the winter, and always they're filthy. Waste runs down them, not just from the animals, but from us. Chamber pots are emptied straight out the door, their contents splashing into the gutter or pooling in the road. You learn to step wide and keep your eyes down, because a wrong step can mean a ruined boot or worse. The smell is constant. On warm days, it rises in waves that cling to your clothes and hair. On cold days, it lingers low to the ground, caught in the damp air. It mixes with the smell of smoke from the hearths, of wet wool, of livestock, until you can't tell one stench from another. Flies swarm in summer, drawn to the piles of refuse that collect where no one bothers to clear them. Rats and dogs tear at scraps, spreading the mess even farther. In the rain, all of it runs together, a thin brown stream winding its way toward the nearest ditch or pond. And sometimes that pond is where we draw our water. Inside the houses, it's not much better. Floors are covered in straw to soak up spills and waste, but the straw isn't changed often. After a while, it's less a floor covering and more a layer of filth we've just learned to walk over. The animals share our space, chickens under the table, goats or pigs in the corner, and they leave their mark wherever they please. When sickness spreads, it's no wonder. We live in it, we breathe it, we drink from the same ground that's soaked with it. There's no sewer to carry it away, no system to keep it from coming back. We just move the muck from one place to another and hope the smell fades before the next rain. Sometimes I try to imagine a place where the streets are clean, where the air doesn't carry the scent of rot, where the water runs clear and safe. But here, filth is part of life. You can't escape it. You just learn to live with it and pray it doesn't kill you. And still, every morning, I step out into the street and breathe in the same air, walk the same mud, pass the same gutters, because here, even the dirt has a way of owning you. And when you step inside to escape it, you trade one kind of misery for another. Our homes aren't big. One room, maybe two if you're lucky, and every inch of it filled. My family sleeps in the same space where we cook, eat, and work. The bed, if you can call it that, is a wooden frame with a straw mattress, and more often than not, 2 or 3 of us share it for warmth. The rest sleep on the floor, wrapped in blankets that smell of smoke and damp wool. There's no such thing as privacy. Changing clothes means turning your back and hoping no one is looking. Arguments are whispered, though it doesn't matter. Everyone hears them. Even your dreams don't feel like your own when someone's breath is in your ear all night. We share the room with animals too. In the winter, the goat comes in, sometimes a piglet or a chicken or two. Their heat helps keep the chill back, but they bring their smell and noise with them. You get used to the sounds, the shuffle of hooves, the sudden cluck or grunt in the dark, until they're just part of the night. The air inside is heavy, especially in winter when the shutters stay closed. Smoke from the hearth lingers, stinging the eyes and making the walls smell like firewood that's been burning too long. There's always the scent of cooking, cabbage, onion, stew if we're lucky, mingling with the sweat of bodies packed too close. Storage is whatever space you can spare. Pots hang from beams, tools lean against the walls, baskets of grain sit in the corners. You learn to step carefully because the floor is cluttered, and if you knock something over, it could be hours before you find it again in the mess. When visitors come, there's no guest room, just a bench by the fire or a space cleared on the floor. You make room by squeezing tighter together. We've had nights when there were so many of us lying side by side that I couldn't roll over without bumping into someone. Sometimes I think about space, what it would be like to have a door to close, a quiet corner to sit in, a bed no one else sleeps in. But here, space is a luxury for the rich. For the rest of us, walls are just boundaries to pack ourselves against. And when the weather is bad, when the streets are flooded or frozen and the work slows, the house becomes a cage. You feel the walls pressing in, the noise growing louder, every cough, every sigh, every shuffle of feet amplified until you want to run outside just to breathe. But outside, the filth is waiting. Inside, the closeness is waiting. There's nowhere else to go. So when I can't stand the walls closing in any longer, I step outside and trade one misery for another. The road out of the village isn't really a road at all. In summer, it's a strip of packed dirt worn hard by carts and boots. In spring, it's a river of mud deep enough to swallow a shoe. In winter, it freezes solid, turning every rut and hollow into a jagged trap for the foot or wheel. When it rains, the water runs in rivulets down the middle, carrying muck and waste from one end of the village to the other. Travel is slow and sometimes dangerous. The best you can hope for is a dry day when the ground is firm, but even then, the road is littered with loose stones that can twist an ankle or snap a cart axle. I've seen wagons tip and spill their loads into the ditch, their drivers cursing as they scramble to salvage what they can. When the mud is deep, it clings to your boots until they feel twice as heavy. Carts get stuck, oxen strain and bellow, and it can take half a dozen men to push a wheel free. On the worst days, we just abandon the carts altogether and carry what we can on our backs. Bridges are few, and the ones we have are little more than planks laid over the water. They rot fast, and no one rushes to repair them. More than once I've had to wade through a stream because the bridge gave way under someone else's weight. In the cold months, the water freezes on the surface, but it's never thick enough to trust. Step wrong, and you're in up to your knees. Leaving the village for the market or to visit another town means hours of jolting in a cart, every bump rattling your bones. If it rains halfway through, you might not make it at all. And if the wheel breaks, you wait for someone to come along, or you walk the rest of the way, dragging whatever you were carrying. The road is also where danger finds you. The ruts and mud slow you down, but they don't slow down anyone with bad intentions. Bandits know where the road narrows, where the trees hang low, where you can't turn a cart around in time. If you hear hoofbeats coming fast from behind, you pray they pass you by. Even close to home, the road is a constant reminder of how small our world really is. The Lord's messengers can travel faster because they have fresh horses at every stop. Merchants bring their goods in wagons built better than anything we can afford. For us, the road is something to endure, not something to enjoy. Still, I walk it when I must, my boots sinking into the same ruts year after year, because whether you're going to market, to church, or to war, there's no other way out, and no better way in. So when I can't stand the walls closing in any longer, I step outside and trade one misery for another. The road out of the village isn't really a road at all. In summer, it's a strip of packed dirt worn hard by carts and boots. In spring, it's a river of mud deep enough to swallow a shoe. In winter, it freezes solid, turning every rut and hollow into a jagged trap for the foot or wheel. When it rains, the water runs in rivulets down the middle, carrying muck and waste from one end of the village to the other. Travel is slow and sometimes dangerous. The best you can hope for is a dry day when the ground is firm. But even then, the road is littered with loose stones that can twist an ankle or snap a cart axle. I've seen wagons tip and spill their loads into the ditch, their drivers cursing as they scramble to salvage what they can. When the mud is deep, it clings to your boots until they feel twice as heavy. Carts get stuck, oxen strain and bellow, and it can take half a dozen men to push a wheel free. On the worst days, we just abandon the carts altogether and carry what we can on our backs. Bridges are few, and the ones we have are little more than planks laid over the water. They rot fast, and no one rushes to repair them. More than once I've had to wade through a stream because the bridge gave way under someone else's weight. In the cold months, the water freezes on the surface, but it's never thick enough to trust. Step wrong, and you're in up to your knees. Leaving the village for the market or to visit another town means hours of jolting in a cart, every bump rattling your bones. If it rains halfway through, you might not make it at all. And if the wheel breaks, you wait for someone to come along, or you walk the rest of the way, dragging whatever you were carrying. The road is also where danger finds you. The ruts and mud slow you down, but they don't slow down anyone with bad intentions. Bandits know where the road narrows, where the trees hang low, where you can't turn a cart around in time. If you hear hoofbeats coming fast from behind, you pray they pass you by. Even close to home, the road is a constant reminder of how small our world really is. The Lord's messengers can travel faster because they have fresh horses at every stop. Merchants bring their goods in wagons built better than anything we can afford. For us, the road is something to endure, not something to enjoy. Still, I walk it when I must, my boots sinking into the same ruts year after year. Because whether you're going to market, to church, or to war, there's no other way out and no better way in. You just keep your eyes ahead, your hand close to whatever you're carrying, and you walk faster when the trees start to crowd in. Because if the bandits don't get you, the law might. And around here, the law isn't about what's right. It's about who decides. Justice in my world doesn't come from books or courts or juries. It comes from the mouth of whoever holds power, and it changes as easily as the weather. One day, taking a rabbit from the woods is overlooked. The next, it's called poaching, and the punishment is losing a hand. There's no clear rule to follow because the rules are whatever the Lord or his bailiff says they are that morning. I've seen men punished for crimes they didn't commit simply because they angered the wrong person. I've seen others walk free after real harm because they had friends in the manor or coin to pass into the right hands. Truth doesn't matter much here, only whose voice is louder and whose name carries more weight. When you're called before the Lord, you stand in the hall on cold stone, the whole village behind you like an audience. He sits high in his chair, looking down at you as if you were a child, even if you've worked the land longer than he's been alive. You tell your side of the story, but you can feel the decision in his eyes before you're halfway through. Sometimes the punishment is a fine you can't pay, which means giving up your tools, your animals, or your harvest. Sometimes it's the stocks, your head and hands locked in place while the townsfolk pass by, some sneering, some silent, some throwing whatever they can find. And sometimes it's worse, a whipping in the square, a branding iron to mark you forever, even death if the Lord wants to make an example. And there's no appeal, no higher authority to beg to. The church could speak on your behalf, but that depends on how much they like you or what you've given them lately. Most of the time, they keep silent. We all know the safest path is to keep your head down and avoid notice entirely. Don't look too long at the Lord when he rides past. Don't speak too loudly in the market. Don't let envy or anger drive you to do something that could be called a crime, because once that word is on you, you can't scrape it off. Here the law doesn't protect you. It watches you, waits for you to stumble, and then decides if you're worth crushing. And once you've seen that happen a few times, you understand. It's not about justice at all. It's about control. I keep my eyes forward, my hand tight around what I'm carrying, and I walk faster when the trees close in. Every step feels like it's pulling me farther from danger, but I know that's a lie. Because out here, the bandits aren't the only ones I have to fear. The law can be worse, not because it's fair or consistent, but because it belongs to men who can twist it any way they please. Justice here doesn't live in books or in courts. It sits on a high-backed chair in the Lord's hall, wearing a fine coat and looking down on you like you were born guilty. I've seen it with my own eyes. One week, a man takes a rabbit from the woods to feed his children, and no one says a word. The next, another man does the same, and is dragged into the square, his hands tied, the word poacher spat at him like a curse. There's no warning, no posted rules to follow, only the shifting mood of those in power. When you're summoned before the Lord, you stand on cold stone while the whole village watches. You speak, but you can feel your words falling to the floor like stones, heavy and useless. His eyes tell you your fate long before your mouth has finished moving. If you're lucky, the sentence is a fine, though it's always more than you can pay. I've seen men hand over their tools, their animals, even the grain meant to see their families through winter, all to satisfy the Lord's judgment. If you're not lucky, it's the stocks, your head and hands locked in place, the whole town parading past you as if you were on display at a fair. Some throw insults, others rotten food, and a few just look at you the way they might look at a dead rat. Then there are the punishments that don't end when the day is over. The lash leaves scars you'll carry for the rest of your life. A branding iron leaves a mark everyone will see before they see you. And sometimes, if the crime is deemed worthy, or if the Lord simply wishes to make a point, the sentence is death. Quick or slow, it's all the same in the end. And guilt here isn't decided by proof. I've watched men punished for crimes they didn't commit simply because they had no one to speak for them. I've seen others walk free after real harm because they had friends in the manor or enough coin to grease the right hands. Truth isn't what wins here. Favor is. The church could speak on your behalf, but that's a gamble too. They'll stand up for you if you're in their good graces, if you've tithed faithfully, if you've kept to their rules. If not, their silence will be as loud as any sentence. So you learn to keep your head down. You don't speak too loud, you don't draw attention, and you don't give anyone in power a reason to remember your name. Because once they do, they can take everything from you, not because you're guilty, but because they can. Here, the Lord doesn't serve the people. It serves itself. And if it wants to use you as an example, it will. Here, the Lord doesn't serve the people. It serves itself. And even when it's not dragging you into the square, there are other ways it lets you rot. Some of them start small, a dull ache in the jaw, a little swelling in the gum. But here, even the smallest pain can turn into something that ends you. My teeth have been bad for as long as I can remember. Everyone's are. Bread made from coarse flour grinds them down year after year, the grit wearing the edges smooth and flat. Meat, when we get it, is often tough and stringy, and we chew until our jaws ache. We drink from the same water that carries filth, and we clean our teeth, if you can call it that, with nothing more than a rag, a stick, or sometimes nothing at all. When a tooth begins to hurt, you know it's only a matter of time. First comes the soreness when you bite, then the swelling, then the sharp stabbing pain that makes it hard to sleep. After that, the smell, a sour, rotten taste that tells you something inside your mouth is dying. There's no dentist to fix it, no medicine to stop the infection. You go to the barber surgeon if you can afford him, or you beg a neighbor who's strong enough to pull the tooth with pliers, tongs, or whatever they have at hand. There's no numbness, no care for how much it hurts. Someone holds you down, someone else yanks, and you hope they get it out in one try. If they don't, they go back in. Even when the tooth is gone, the danger isn't. If the wound swells or turns red, If the fever sets in, you know the rot has spread deeper. I've seen strong men laid low by an abscess, their faces puffed and hot, their eyes glassy with pain. Sometimes they linger for days before the fever takes them. It's not just the pain, it's how it wears you down. You start eating less because it hurts too much to chew. You speak less because moving your mouth feels like fire. You avoid smiling because your teeth are blackened or broken, and the shame cuts almost as deep as the ache. Children lose teeth early here, not because they're growing in new ones, but because decay claims them before their time. By the time most of us are 30, we've lost enough teeth that chewing is a slow, careful process. By 40, if you live that long, you might have only a few left. I sometimes wonder what it would be like to eat without thinking about which side of my mouth to use, or to sleep without waking in the dark with my hand pressed to my cheek, willing the pain to stop. But here, a healthy mouth is as rare as a fair trial, and pain like this changes you. It makes you quieter, smaller. It reminds you that no matter how strong you are in the fields, no matter how careful you are on the road, there's always something inside you ready to betray you from within. Here, illness is a coin toss, and most days the coin lands the wrong way. But even sickness doesn't stop the seasons, and the seasons don't stop demanding their due. The land runs on its own calendar, and it doesn't care if you're tired, hurt, or still limping from your last illness. Spring means planting, long, aching days bent over the soil, hands raw from pushing seed into the ground. The air might still carry the bite of winter, but you sweat anyway, your back hot under the coarse cloth of your shirt. The work can't wait. Every day lost now means less to harvest later. Summer is no kinder. The weeds grow faster than the crops, and the sun burns without mercy. I spend hours bent double, pulling, cutting, hauling water from the well until my arms shake. My skin cracks and blisters, the sweat stinging every open cut. There's no shade in the middle of a field, just the endless shimmer of heat and the hum of flies that never leave you alone. Autumn brings the harvest, which sounds like a celebration but is anything but. It's a race against the weather. Cut the grain, gather the vegetables, store them before the frost comes. The days start before the sun rises and end long after it sets. My body running on little more than bread, and the stubborn knowledge that if I stop, something will rot in the field. Winter isn't rest either. It's mending tools, patching clothes, hauling firewood, feeding animals, breaking ice in the troughs so they can drink. The cold works its way into my bones and sits there, a dull ache that no fire fully chases away. Even then, there's still work to be done. Carts to repair, ropes to twist, seeds to sort for the next planting. The seasons own me as much as the Lord does. They dictate when I wake, what I do, when I eat, when I sleep. They don't wait for me to feel ready. A fever in the spring, the planting still has to be done. A broken toe in the summer, the weeds won't pull themselves. The work bends for no one, and it's not just me. Everyone moves in rhythm with the land. The blacksmith making plowshares in the spring, the miller grinding grain in the autumn, the women spinning and sewing in the long nights of winter. We all know what each season expects from us, and we all pay it in full. There's no choice in it. To miss a planting, to leave a field unweeded, to fail to bring in the harvest, that's not just laziness. It's a death sentence come winter. So we work when our hands are blistered, when our backs are screaming, when the cold has split the skin on our knuckles. We work because stopping isn't an option. Here, time isn't measured in days or months. It's measured in what the land demands and what it takes from you to keep it satisfied. And even when the work is done for the day, there's no escaping the eyes on you. Privacy doesn't exist here. At home, every move I make is seen by someone. My family sleeps in the same room where we cook, eat, and store what little we own. If I turn away to change my clothes, it's not because anyone will leave. It's because there's nowhere else to go. The walls don't shield you from anyone. They only trap you together. You can't have a conversation without someone overhearing. You can't spend a moment in silence without someone noticing you've gone quiet. Even your thoughts don't feel like they belong entirely to you, because there's always the sound of someone else's breathing, footsteps, or voice close by. In the village, it's the same. If I linger in the market, someone will ask why. If I walk alone, someone will want to know where I'm going. There's always a cousin, a neighbor, or a friend of a friend ready to pass along what they saw, and what they saw will grow in the telling. When you work, you're watched. The overseer in the fields notices if you slow down. The Lord's men see if you take too long at the well. The church watches for who skips mass or leaves early. Nothing goes unnoticed, because in a place this small, it can't. Even the rare moments you try to find solitude, in the woods, by the stream, on the edge of the fields, aren't truly yours. Someone will pass by, or follow, or ask later why you were there. Too much time alone can be seen as suspicious. Too much quiet can spark questions you don't want to answer. Privacy isn't just scarce, it's dangerous. Secrets are hard to keep when there's always someone close enough to hear, and a secret, once it slips into the wrong ear, can become a weapon. I've seen it happen. A careless word repeated to the wrong person, and suddenly, someone is standing in the Lord's hall, defending themselves against something they never meant to say aloud. So you learn to live as if you're always being observed, because you are. You keep certain thoughts locked tight behind your teeth. You school your face so it doesn't betray too much. You keep your voice steady, even when you want to shout. Here, nothing is truly your own. Not your space, not your time, not even your silence. And that changes you. You begin to think differently, speak differently, move differently. You stop expecting a moment to yourself, because a moment to yourself is a luxury you'll never have. And even when the house feels crowded and unchanging, I know how quickly it can vanish. All it takes is one spark. The walls are wood, the roof is thatch, the floor is dry boards under layers of straw. The whole place is kindling. The hearth is always burning. The candle's always lit when the sun dips. A single ember can roll into the wrong corner, and by the time you notice the smell, it's already too late. I've seen it happen. A neighbor's house catching fire in the night, the glow waking the whole village. We all ran with buckets from the well, throwing water at the flames, but the heat drove us back. The roof collapsed in less than an hour. By morning, all that was left was a smouldering pile of blackened wood and the smell of wet ash that clung to everything. Sometimes it isn't an ember. Sometimes it's the cooking pot tipping in the rush of the day, or a child knocking over a candle while playing. Sometimes it's the forge in the blacksmith shop, sending sparks into a pile of shavings. And sometimes it's deliberate. A raid, a quarrel, a grudge settled with fire. We keep water close, but it's never enough. One bucket even two, can't stop the way flames race through thatch and timber. Once it's lit, the fire moves faster than people can. The wind carries it to the next roof, and the next, until whole rows of houses are gone. The fear of it never really leaves. When I sleep, I dream of waking to smoke, of stumbling through the dark while the air turns to heat in my throat. In the winter, I wake in the night to check the hearth, making sure no coal has rolled out onto the floor. In the summer, I'm careful with every candle, every lamp, because I know the dry air will carry flame like a runner with a message. The church bell is supposed to ring when there's a fire, but by the time you hear it, half the damage is already done. People come running from every direction, some to help, some just to watch. There's shouting, coughing, the crash of timbers falling. Afterward, there's the heavy silence of counting what's left. You'd think a disaster like that would make people build differently, but we don't have the means. Wood and thatch are all we have. Stone is for the manor, the church, the walls, not for the homes of people like me. So we rebuild the same way every time, knowing it could all burn again tomorrow. Living here means living with the knowledge that your home, your work, your life's small comforts could disappear in the space of an hour, taken not by theft, not by war, but by a flame the size of a coin. And even if the fire spares you, there's something else that will never let you go, something you can't outrun, can't hide from, and can't fight without risking everything. The church. It isn't just a place we go on Sundays. It's the air we breathe, the walls we live inside without even seeing them. The church decides what's right and wrong, what's holy and sinful, what you can say, what you can think, even what you can dream. The priest's voice carries more weight than any lord's, because his word isn't just law, it's God's law. And when you're told that breaking it means eternal damnation, you obey. Not just because you fear punishment in this life, but because you fear what might be waiting in the next. We tithe because they tell us it's God's will. We confess our sins because they tell us it's the only way to be forgiven. We attend every Mass, every holy day, every procession, not just for devotion, but because to be absent is to invite suspicion. People notice when you're missing from the pews. They ask questions, and questions here can be dangerous. The church decides which books are read, which songs are sung, which stories are told. It decides which festivals we keep and which ones are condemned as pagan. It blesses the births, the marriages, the fields, the harvest, and it presides over the graves. Life here begins and ends under its shadow. It also decides who the enemy is. A poor harvest might be blamed on God's displeasure or on someone accused of witchcraft. A sickness might be called a punishment for sin, and the sin might be nothing more than speaking against the wrong person. When the priest points a finger, the village follows. No one wants to stand beside the accused when the punishment comes. And it's not just fear. The church gives comfort too. Bread when there's famine, prayers when there's illness, a place to gather when the nights are long. That's what makes its hold so strong. It gives and it takes, blesses and curses, always keeping us close enough to obey, but far enough to never truly question. I've learned to keep my thoughts inside my own head when it comes to matters of faith, to nod when I'm told to nod, to cross myself when I'm told to cross myself. Whatever doubts I have, I carry them silently, because here, faith isn't just belief, it's survival. And so I live like everyone else, under the watchful eye of the church, bowing my head when the bells ring, repeating the prayers I've known since I could speak. Because here your soul doesn't belong to you any more than your body does. That's life here, not the stories you've heard, not the paintings of knights and ladies, not the songs about brave deeds and golden halls, but the truth that sits in the mud, breathes in the smoke, and sleeps in the cold. The truth that's hard and hungry and short. Every day is a trade. You give the land your strength, the Lord your labor, the church your obedience. You give your body to the seasons, your thoughts to survival, and your heart to whatever keeps you going through the next dawn. Some days you win a little. Most days the world takes more than it gives. And yet, we live. We wake to the sound of the rooster, the crackle of the fire, the voices of those who share our roof. We work beside our neighbors, share bread at the table, stand shoulder to shoulder when the storms come. We find moments, brief ones, of laughter, of rest, of quiet pride in what we've managed to keep. Because here, life is never easy, but it is ours for as long as we can hold it. So if you still think you were born in the wrong century, remember this. It's not just the castles and the candlelight you'd be stepping into. It's the cold, the hunger, the fear, the endless work. And the question isn't whether you'd survive it, it's whether you'd want to.